Shen Zhixiu to give you a award for your contribution for the past few years. Please, Shen Zhixiu, on the stage. And we will invite Professor Yuan Xiaowei, the School of Forest and Resource Conservation of National Taiwan University. Thank you. And Professor, please on the stage. We invite Lai Xiaofen, Homemaker United Foundation Taiwan. 好，2位、3位 ，invite 廖双庆 ，invite 白子毅 ，invite Win Mai， invite Winnie Tosmo，invite Dr. Funkeron Peter Lotic， 第7位、第8位 invite 孙公礼 ，invite Koishiki Modering。invite Tika Nelson, invite Mickey De Leon, and we take a group picture together. And next, please, Deputy Minister, please on the step forward, and we invite Jen Nishida, just stand by Deputy Minister. And we invite all the guests on the stage. Welcome Xu Shuzhi. Welcome Li Shuling. Welcome Dai Qian, Alan Reid, James Gibson, Zhu Hangzheng, Sonari Hashinati, Irash Hakim, and we'll take a good picture. Thank you all the guests. Please on the stage. And then we see the video. We prepare a short video of ARPC Plank unveiling ceremony this morning. 就是播那个早上的揭牌影片了，那影片还没来，好，先这样，对，再播影片 ，OK， 我等一下，对我会等一下。好，那我可能就不能再踩了，还是可以，好。OK， 我把名字确认一下。
有，他们在台上哦，没有，对。一个2位 Q 站位。好，那我看哦，你们2个身高比较相近，所以你们一个站左，一个站右。然后你帮我站在。演讲者上下。对。然后你们2个站左右嘛，然后你是站在前面下面。如果前面下面有贵宾要上去的时候，引导上来，在这个区块。我们先直接我们来开始好不好？我们先开始，然后我们试试看，好不好？对。
Recycling
可是要直上直下，所以还是台下要有人。
has become part of our daily routine.
对，就是他们，因为他们是贵
Because
宾，
of
一定要
your
直上直下。
dedication, you really make a difference for Taiwan, as we can all be
对
heroes who can make our lives greener.
好，那个我们先把那个讲台移到中间，然后2位相宜站在旁边，先准备好，好不好？然后我们来跑一次。
As early as the 1980s, people in Taiwan were greatly aware of the importance of environmental protection. In 1987, the Environmental Protection Administration Executive Yuan was established, and work on environmental protection and environmental education began in the wake of the economic miracle. Over time, the recycling alien babies become a shared memory for many in their 40s when it comes to environmental education. Starting from school children and the general public, the concept of recycling was introduced to their families as a good habit and an important cornerstone for the implementation of environmental education at all stages. On June 5, 2010, Taiwan officially passed the Environmental Education Act, and it was implemented in 2011 from central and local government agencies to schools, communities, and businesses to society. Expanding public participation in environmental education is an important milestone for environmental education in Taiwan. Contrary to the regulatory laws and regulations currently in force, the Environmental Education Act has special features that are that.
要给他们。你们2个要站。
seat。我的麦克风好。好，我快一点哈。Please on the seat, thank you. And then let's welcome Jen Nishida to give a speech. 这是第2位了，那你们怎么引导走一遍？好，谢谢。Thank you, Jen Nishida. Please on the stage. Please on the seat. Please have a seat. And then
现在是要 Jen Nishida 是要上台吗？
结束了。
好。
Thank you, Jen Nishida. Please have a seat.
麦你要收走。
And then please see the video. Judy Brass pre-record this video to everyone.
可以，反正你就是随机应变，你要赶快出来，你要赶快冲出来。他讲说快结束的时候，你要冲出来，然后看他是把麦放在桌上，还是把麦交给你，这样子。好。
Then please see the video. Judy Brass pre-recorded video to everyone. Let's enjoy this video. 好，假设播了哈，那个后台的大哥们，第3个 video 我们就不 cue 了哈，处理别的。Thank you, very thank you, Judy Brass. And then we invite Zhang Zishao Professor, please on the stage, give your speech.
然后这时候你继续留在那边引导。
Thank you. Please have a seat. It's my honor to announce opening ceremony of 2023 Asia Pacific Regional Center International Symposium start now. Then it's award time. Let's welcome Deputy Minister Shen Zhixiu to give you award for your contribution for the past few years. 这个时候我请沈志修上台，因为他准备颁奖，你们要注意喽，他先上台，对不对？ Let's welcome 袁孝维 Professor. Please on the stage， 就会有一个人上来领奖，然后有没有一个人当一下？有一个人当袁孝维，然后你当袁孝维，那你们要拿奖牌给他，让他颁给他，走一遍来。那里，来走一遍。对，要有引导，对，引导他站定位，来走一遍。一个一个来。一共颁11个，然后颁完之后，他在台上等，不能入座 ，OK， 就这样，哦，
对，我们
了解哈。好，那有一位，好，那我们再走一遍哈。Then it's award time. We invite Deputy Minister Shen Zhixiu on the stage. He will give you an award for your contribution for past few years. Let's welcome Yuan Xiaowei Professor. Please on the stage. Yep. 来上去，你会引导对，好，来。他只要一上来，其实你奖项就可以给他，你不用等，好。And you take a picture together. 11个人。Thank you, Professor 袁孝维. Please on the stage. 他要在台上，你要引导他，站后面。好。OK。对。OK， 好。然后奖项要回收吗？不用嘛。所以你不用跟他拿回来哈，就直接拿在手上哦哈。And then we invite 赖小芬。那个时候灯光是这么暗吗？没有。哦，在播影片的时候好。然后我继续走哈。Let's invite 廖双庆 ，Senior Exclusive Officer of the Minister of Education Taiwan。那就你就一个一位引导，把它后面引导成一排 ，OK 哈。好，廖子白子毅。我的 invite Van Mai。Welcome Wu Yan. Welcome Dr. Fang Gengrong Peter Lotic. Let's welcome 宋公礼 Professor. 我念快一点哦。Kite Modri. Welcome Tikan Madison. Welcome, Mika De Leon. And then finally, we take group picture together.
这时候呢，他说要
大合照的时候，
不是站了一排人吗？这边不是站一堆人，然后说那贵宾我们往这边请这样子，然后请他们来站这一整排，这样可以吗？就是你们两个要带开，把这些集中在那边的贵宾全部带开，带到2排，一整排这样，可以吗？
And then we take a group picture together. 挪一下位置，好。
他们拍照的时候，你们就要靠到旁边去。对，因为台上很小，对，这样让他们拍照。拍完之后呢
Wait a minute, we have to take another group picture. Please, Deputy Minister, one step forward here. And we invite Jenny Shida, just stand by Minister Deputy.
这时候呢，神父他会往前走一步。这时候因为你在台下，你要在这边，你要从这边出来，然后跟神父说我们往前面站一步。然后这时候你再在这边带位，因为等一下会有你洗打要上来，这样子可以吗？
这样拍完照是都在上面，
还在上面。 对，哦，有。
可以测到结束。麦克风测试，麦克风测试。
Wei. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony will start in 2 minutes. Please have a seat. And if you need an interpreter, channel 1 is Chinese, channel 3 is English. Thank you. Welcome to opening ceremony of 2023 Asia Pacific Regional Center International Symposium. At first, I will introduce you all the organizer, guests, experts, and the advisor of APRC. Let's welcome Shen Zhixiu, Deputy Minister of the Environmental Protection Administration in Taiwan. Thank you. Let's welcome Jen Nishida, Assistant Administrator of the US EPA. Let's welcome Xu Shuzhi, Deputy Director from Environmental Protection Association. Welcome Professor Zhang Zichao, Principal Investigator of GEEP APRC. Let's welcome Li Shuling, Vice President from First Financial Holding. Let's welcome Dai Qian, Chairman of the Asia Pacific Sustainability Alliance. Let's welcome Adam Reed. Thank you. Professor in the Faculty of Education, Monash University from Australia. Thank you. Let's welcome James Gibson. She is inclusive of Sir Peter Blank Trust from New Zealand. Thank you. Let's welcome Professor Zheng Zhaoheng from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Let's welcome Surani Hasanati, Director Staff of the University Jakarta, Indonesia. Thank you. Let's welcome Isaraf Hati from Reef Stack, Malaysia. Thank you. Let's welcome Mika De Leon, Development Management Officer of NDNR Climate Change Service, Philippines. Let's welcome Professor Yuan Xiaowei, the School of Forestry and the Resource Conservation of National Taiwan University. Welcome Lai Xiaofen, Supervisor of the Homemaker United Foundation Taiwan. Let's welcome Liao Shuangqing, Senior Exclusive Officer of the Ministry of Education Taiwan. Let's welcome Professor Bai Ziyi from the Department of Science Education and Application of the National Taichung University of Education Taiwan. Let's welcome Ramai. Sorry, I cannot pronounce it very correctly. Ramai, the government officer of the Minister of National Resource and Environment, Vietnam. Thank you. Let's welcome Wu Yan. Yeah, thank you. Secretary of the National Environment Commission, Government of the Kingdom of Bhutan. Thank you. Let's welcome 小凤 Phangkanan Pikalot, Assistant Professor of the Chulalongkorn University from Thailand. Thank you. Let's welcome Professor Song Gongli from Qingzhou National University of Education from Korea. Thank you. Let's welcome Keisuke Madiri from Japan, Section Chief on the Ministry of Environmental Japan. Welcome Tiaka Nadison. Welcome Head of Education and the Market and the WWF Malaysia. Welcome Professor Lin Suhua. Thank you. Welcome Professor Liu Sichen. Thank you. Next, invite Deputy Minister Shen Zhixiu to deliver your opening remark. Please on the stage. We need your big hands. Thank you.
美国环保署助理署长 Jan 李希塔，还有各位我们亚太中心的顾问，还有今天张志超张老师还有我们环保署中技处的习淑子副处长，各位女士、各位先生、各位好朋友，大家午安，大家好。首先代表环保署欢迎大家来参加今天由台湾环保署以及我们全球环境教育伙伴亚太中心所共同举办的环境教育的一个国际研讨会。希望借由这样的一个经验、知识的一个交流，能够促进我们亚太地区未来合作的机会。台湾环保署跟美国环保署在2014年开始共同推动，也发起这样的一个全球环境教育的一个伙伴计划。到了2019年，我们更成立了亚太中心。我们希望透过这个政府以及学术界以及民间的这个NGO 来共同合作，透过这个环境教育呢，来提升我们亚太地区面对环境议题、环境挑战的韧性能够来提升。科学证据也证实了，我们全球的温度已经比工业革命的时候增加了1.1度C。气候变迁的议题已经形成一个全球的一个气候危机。怎么样来达到2050净零排放，已经是世界各国共同努力的一个目标。台湾在今年的2月15号，特别也通过了气候变迁因应法。我们也把2050净零排放入这个法律里面，形成我们一个明确而且必须要达成的一个目标。随着这个法令的通过，我们也提出了我们达成2050净零排放的路径图。我们在气候法治以及科技研发2大基础之上，我们进行了4大转型，包括能源要转型、产业要转型、社会要转型、生活要转型。我们提出了12项的关键战略。我们希望台湾政府跟国际来合作，我们希望从政府、中央到地方，以及民间的企业、全国的民众都一起动起来，希望能够为全球2050净零排放尽一份力量。我们都知道我们这个研讨会是透过资源循环来达成转型的目标。资源循环是2050净零排放里面很重要的一个议题。我们也是海洋的国家，所以我们对于海洋生态、海洋污染等等的议题也非常的关心。所以今天这个研讨会呢，我们也会把海洋的议题放在这一个议题里面的一个重要的一个主轴。这一次的研讨会，我们共邀请了来自于亚太地区有11个国家， 包括了日本、韩国、菲律宾、泰国、越南、马来西亚、新加坡、印尼、不丹、澳大利亚、纽西兰等等。那我们这些国家的这个环境教育的学者、专家，以及实际从事环境教育工作者，那我们齐聚一堂。我们透过这样的一个研讨会，相信一定可以对我们亚太地区的环境韧性有更大的提升。我们对于这样的一个国际研讨会抱着非常高的期待。我在此也预祝我们研讨会能够顺利成功，祝福各位与会的嘉宾身体健康，万事如意。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Deputy Minister Shen Zhixiu. Thank you. Please on the seat. Next, let's welcome Jenny Shida to give a speech. Please on the stage. Big hands, please.
Thank you very much. 你好，谢谢。That may be the extent of my Chinese, by the way. 我会说一点中国话。I am very proud to be here today. Just earlier this morning, and some of you were at the event, Minister Chang and I actually opened the Asia Pacific Regional Center in Taoyuan. So it was a very exciting event to be able to actually open the center and now to be here at the conference to talk to you about the importance of the Global Environmental Partnership Program and specifically the Asia Pacific Regional Center. But first I want to, as I did this morning, thank Deputy Minister Shao and the Taiwan EPA for their partnership in terms of launching the Global Environmental Partnership Program. I also want to acknowledge that there are many other partners in this room, including the North American Environmental Education Associations, who has been our long-standing secretary and our long-standing advocate. So thank you, as well as all the partners here in Taiwan and around the world, specifically in the Asia-Pacific region. So it's very exciting that many of our regional partners have joined us in person today for this conference and the launch of the center earlier this morning. As was mentioned by the Deputy Minister, the Global Environmental Partnership Program was first launched in 2014. I had the honor of being here in 2014 when that program was launched, and then now to see its evolution 10 years later, to see that we have an Asia-Pacific regional hub, and I know that Taiwan EPA is also looking to establish hubs in other parts of the world, including Africa. I had the pleasure of announcing that intent actually at one of the climate conference of the parties, or climate COPs, I think 2 years ago, where that was announced. And I know they are also looking at other regions like Latin America as well. So this is truly a global effort, and it's a reflection of the importance of environmental education to our programs, that we all know that the stewardship for environment begins very young in the classroom and in our communities, and the important role that environmental education, or what NAEE refers to as environmental literacy, has in informing and in advocating for environmental policies. That for those of us who serve in regulatory agencies, that we can't do our job without having advocates on the outside, whether they're NGOs or whether they are our constituents like students, essentially pushing us and motivating us to do more to protect the environment. We have had many successes in terms of the Global Environmental Partnership Program. One is the Youth Innovation Challenge, which was established with the Ocean administration. And I thank the Taiwan Ocean Administration for their support. And this program has a competition for youth to essentially get their ideas about how to protect marine pollution and marine plastics in particular. We also have a environmental education 30 under 30 program, which again spotlights youth leaders in terms of what they are doing on other environmental issues to help communities, particularly communities that are disproportionately impacted by climate change. I know environmental justice or environmental equity or just equity, we all refer to it as different things wherever we live, is a very important concept, that there are some communities that are more impacted or more vulnerable to the impacts of environmental challenges. And I want to acknowledge that we have winners from that EE 30 under 30. We have winners from Taiwan, from Singapore, from the Philippines, as well as from Indonesia and from the American Samoa. I don't know if they're in the room, but they certainly want to be recognized. Another important program that the Global Environmental Partnership Program, or GEEP, has is the Eco Campus program, which certifies schools through a variety of ranking systems, and so you can get a green flag or a bronze flag. And I'm proud to say that Taiwan has grown in the last 10 years, and they now have 645 certified programs under the ECOS campus. And one of those schools, the Jayan Elementary School, I and former administrator Gina McCarthy had the pleasure of visiting in 2014 when we launched the GEEP. We were also able to meet with those students. And then there are new programs that are coming on. There's going to be something called the International Internship Program. And under that program, again associated with GEEP APRC, we are going to be able to send environmental students or interns on exchange programs or on internship programs. So students from Taiwan will go to Australia or Vietnam, and likewise there will be students throughout the Asia-Pacific region that will be going to 3 centers here in Taiwan. So it's another exciting chapter of GEEP. I do want to talk a little bit in terms of climate change, because climate change, as Deputy Minister Shao alluded to in his remarks, is one of those environmental crises that particularly affects our youth. But the good news is our youth are also very, very much aware, unlike perhaps we were as adults, about the environmental challenges, and that not only are they aware, but they are activated and they are taking actions to address climate change. I know in the United States, under President Biden, he just passed an historic piece of legislation called the Inflation Reduction Act, where billions of dollars are being dedicated to help communities, including vulnerable communities, but also investing in our youth to help them take actions, not only in terms of raising awareness, but also in terms of addressing climate resilience in their communities. And I think that that is something that is shared with everyone in this room, the importance of empowering our youth, because unfortunately, their future is already impacted in terms of what we are seeing around the globe with regards to climate change, whether it's the terrible, tragic wildfires in Maui, Hawaii, or whether it's the serious flooding in the Asia-Pacific region. So it is important that we have programs like the GEEP so that we can exchange best practices, we can exchange not only our solutions, but also our challenges, and to know that we are not alone in addressing these challenges, and that collectively we have one planet that we have to protect for our future generation. So with that, I want to again thank Taiwan EPA for their commitment and their leadership in launching the GEEP Asia Pacific Regional Center. 谢谢你。
Thank you, Jen. 谢谢. Please on the seat. Thank you. And the next, please see the video. The NAAEE Exclusive Director, Judy Brass, pre-recorded the video to everyone. See the video. Sorry, we have some mistake on the computer. So we have to postpone the video, maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes, okay? Okay. Then next, we invite Zhang Zichao Professor to deliver your speech. Please.
Yep. If anything is wrong, that's my duty.
No, not your duty, computer's duty.
That's the reason why I'm here, okay? But thank you very much, and Deputy Minister Tsai and Ms. Jen Nishida, thank you very much for coming. And all our distinguished guests, and yeah, I have to express my great gratitude to you, because this summertime is not a good time for workshop. And so your appearance really means something. So thanks a lot for your coming. Okay, and first I would like to thank EPA in Taiwan for your general support for this project. Yeah, the budget is not really general support, that's true. The budget is not little. It's, of course, not much. Okay, yeah, we can have we can have more. That would be really appreciated. So thank you, EPA in Taiwan, and of course thanks EPA United States. And from 2014, initiate this project GEEP, Global Environmental Education Partnership. That's very important project. Indicates our aim to improve the collaboration or participation of all the EE practitioners, researchers to get together to improve or to achieve the environmental education, the purpose environmental conservation. Now we kind of evolution from EE to ESD to sustainable development. And I think that's a very important global competency or literacy. Global literacy has been defined by the OECD, and there are very important 4 elements for the global literacy. The first one has the ability to examine, to investigate the issues, local issues or international issues or cross-cultural issues. The ability to examine or investigate. And the second, to understand, appreciate different kinds of values from different backgrounds. That means we need to more understanding, mutual understanding. Also, not just understanding, appreciation, the different kind of background or value systems. And the third element is very important, not just appreciation, not just understanding. We need to engage in an open, appropriate occasion to work together. That's a very important, I think, element to work together, to engage the people from different positions or even different backgrounds to work together. And the fourth one, the final one, to act and to work for collective well-being and sustainable development. That's important. We are working for the collective well-being. We are not just working for ourselves. I think that's important for the sustainable development. And also, it just fits our aims or goals of our APRC. We encourage you to have a participation. we encourage you to have a collective work together. And the purpose, not just for our own or our country, and the purpose, we are work for the collective well-being. We are work to achieve the sustainable development. So literacy mentioned by the Jenny Shida. So I just kind of expand the literacy, the definition of the global literacy. And for now on, I think for all over the world, education, that's important. We have to educate our students to become with the global literacy. And also it's very competitive, it's good for the country to increase your competitiveness. So let's, just add some my comment about the APRC and the purpose of the APRC. And thank you again for attending this workshop. And I have to, again, thank US EPA and Taiwan EPA from 2014, almost 10 years. Now the APRC, after 2014 and 2019 started the APRC, and 4 years later now we have a wonderful workshop, and we also have very important advisors from 7 countries in this area to come to the workshop. I really appreciative of your showing for this workshop. And also we have a 5, okay, yeah, they call me time is running out, yeah, okay. Okay, also I have to thank the other 5 international guests come to the workshop. Thank you very much for attending the workshop. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Zhang Zichao. Please have a seat. Thank you. Next is the award time. We will invite the Deputy Minister give you a award for your contribution for the past few years. Mr. Deputy Minister on the stage, please. First, we'll invite Yuan Xiaowei Professor, please on the stage. And take the picture. To see the camera. We need your big hands. Thank you. Please on the stage for a while. Let's welcome Lai Xiaofen. Please on the stage. Homemaker United Foundation Taiwan. Thank you. Please on the stage. Welcome Liao Shuangqing Professor, Senior Exclusive Officer of the Ministry of Education Taiwan. Thank you. Welcome Bai Ziyi, Professor from Department of Science Education and Application of the National Taichung University. Thank you. Welcome Ramai from Vietnam. Thank you. Welcome Wu Yan on the stage. Thank you. Welcome Xiaofeng, Dr. Fugana Guang, Pediatric. It's very hard to pronounce. Sorry. From Thailand, Xiaofeng. Maybe Xiaofeng is Chinese name, right? Thank you. Let's invite Song Gongli from Korea, Professor Song Gongli. Thank you. Please on the stage. Let's welcome Keisuke Mori from Japan. Thank you. Let's invite Tiaka Nadison. Thank you. Sorry, another one. Mika de Leon. Where is Mika de Leon? Oh, sorry, Mika de Leon. So where is Tiaka Nadison. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, we will take a group picture together. How about one step forward? Yep. Maybe Jen on the stage, please. Deputy Miss, stand in the middle. Jen, just stand by. Miss, yep. Okay, stand closer. And left hand, hold your word. Yeah. Professor Zhang Zichao joined our picture, okay? This one section, because we have second section, okay? Maybe this gesture, okay? 一级棒. And see the camera. We need your big smile. Okay, hold on a second. I will invite all the guests together. Welcome 徐淑芷 from the stage. 李淑玲 戴谦 Alan Reed James Gibson 曾昭恒 Sunani Hanesati Aras Hakim Professor 林素华刘思成徐逸璇 Professor. Please on the stage, we take all the group picture together. Oh, young people. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you. I'm young too. maybe Deputy Minister just stand middle here. Jen, please stand by. Zhang Zichao Professor, maybe. Okay. Closer, please. Left hand for your word. Right hand for 一级棒, okay? Maybe another gesture, okay? Love, sweetheart, right? From Korea, right? Sweetheart. Okay, all the guests, we need your big hands. Thank you. Please have a seat. Young people, just stand in the front row, right? Thank you. And next, we prepare a short video of APRC plaque unveiling ceremony this morning. Okay, sorry. We have to represent you, Judy Brass, right? Judy Brass, yeah. Still, okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Judy Brous, and I'm the Executive Director of NAAEE, and we are the Secretariat of the GEEP, the Global Environmental Education Partnership. And I'm so excited and honored to join you virtually. I wish I could be there in person, but on behalf of GEEP Global, I'd like to add my warm welcome to the 2023 workshop, Transitioning to Net Zero. I want to thank all of our friends at the Environmental Protection Administration of Taiwan for all the work that you're doing to advance environmental education across the Asia-Pacific region and around the world. And thank you to EPA Deputy Minister Shen-Chi Xu, Taiwan EPA, and Assistant Administrator Jane Nishida from US EPA for your opening remarks. Thank you for all of your support. And a big thank you to T.C. Chang, who is the Asia Pacific Regional Center of the GEEP lead, and he has done so much to advance environmental education throughout Taiwan and around the world, and it's just an honor and pleasure to work with him for so many years. And it is such a wonderful lineup of speakers for the next 2 days, and I hope all of you enjoy getting a chance to learn from so many wonderful people. The themes for the workshop are so critical and important, from net zero green living and what that means to creating more sustainable oceans and looking at partnerships in ESD. So there's a lot behind these titles. And just want to emphasize that there are so many actions that all of us can take as individuals, communities, organizations, companies, and governments to create change. And I think in the next 2 days, you'll have a chance to share ideas and hear what others are doing and hopefully bring home some ideas that can help you. So I want to give a very quick high-level overview of the GEEP, which is the Global Environmental Education Partnership, and it is all about partnerships. Taiwan EPA, US EPA, NAAEE, and advisors and educators around the world. And its goal is to create a learning network where we can share ideas, where we can be inclusive, and really look at how we can work together using the power of education to create a more just and sustainable future. When I think of the GEEP, I think of strengthening environmental education everywhere and building capacity and sharing. As I mentioned, NAA is the secretariat of the GEEP, and that means we help keep the trains running and help work with partners around the world to build capacity and share ideas. And we look at environmental education as a critical tool in our toolbox to address the environmental and social challenges that are facing the world. EE isn't the only thing, but it's a critical tool, and in combination with other strategies, we can do so much together. And EE is also more than knowledge. As many of you know, it's building skills and dispositions to move people to take positive action, to get engaged in civic life and make a difference. And we have advisors from around the world that are just fantastic and have helped guide the GEEP throughout its history. And we look at how the power of education can help us address the issues that we are all facing, and not everyone has access to high quality education, and that is a right. It's a human right that everybody should have access. We're also looking at how environmental education can address all the SDGs, not just number 4, which is quality education. And the GEEP is also about promoting innovation and thinking outside the box and creating this EE global think tank. And it's about catalyzing collaboration and working across country borders. One of the most exciting things is creating regional hubs so that we can focus on regional issues but share globally. And the Asia Pacific Regional Center is a model for the hubs. And I want to really thank TC and the whole Asia Pacific Regional Center team for all that they're doing to advance environmental education, including putting on this amazing workshop. And also to highlight the work in GEEP Africa. The GEEP Africa team has been conducting consultations across the continent to help strengthen networks in Africa and build environmental education. So the GEEP is about convening, collaborating, innovative, learning from each other, and it's also about building leadership in a lot of different ways. One way is through EE 30 Under 30, recognizing 30 amazing young people from around the world that are doing incredible work. We have 241 alumni from 47 countries, and we picked 31 this year because it was so hard to choose. And you can find all their bios for the 2023 class on the website. The GEEP also conducts webinars and workshops to, again, advance our work to strengthen environmental education and to learn from each other. And earlier this week, we had a webinar on creating a new green future with our partners at the Asia Pacific Regional Center. So please visit thejeep.org to find out more about the GEEP. It's workshops like this that really help share knowledge and build stronger networks. And it helps us all get new ideas. So thank you all for what you do every day to create a more just and sustainable future. And I hope you get a lot of wonderful ideas about how we can all use education to create positive change in communities around the world. So enjoy the workshop. I hope you all learn a lot. And please visit the website to find out more about the GEEP. You can visit NAAEE.org, join EE Pro, so many resources and opportunities for sharing. And if you have any questions, please write to me, and we're happy to work together and see if we can figure out any solutions together. So thank you all so much for all you do every day. and enjoy the workshop. And thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Judy Brass. Then we show you another short video about the APRC plaque unveiling ceremony this morning. Thank you. Next, invite Professor Zhang Zichao on the podium to host topic speech now. It's your time. Thank you, all the guests today. Thank you. See you, Deputy Minister. Bye-bye. See you, Jen. See you. Bye-bye. Professor here. Thank you.
Okay, another surprise. Okay, we need time to set up the platform for the topics. talk, okay? So we have a 10 minutes rest, and we have a coffee or tea over there. So 10 minutes, just relax and feel free. This is a workshop for exchange knowledge, so we don't have to be so nervous, okay? And we were nervous, not you, I know. Okay, and before we start the rest, let me introduce the two moderators for the coming two topics. The first one will be Yuan Xiaowei from Taiwan University, and that will be the agenda for this afternoon. We have the first talk about the environmental EPA's policy of green lives, and the speakers will be the Vice Director of Xu, okay? And the second topic, important topic, we invite the business groups come to talk to us how the business, especially we have the first financial holding and Vice President, wow. Okay, to talk about how, from the business perspective, to improve or to practice the green labs in their business. Okay, and we have the moderator of Xu Yixuan, Professor Xu. Okay, okay. 10 minutes break, and thank you very much. See you 10 minutes. Don't leave, okay? Okay. Please have a break.
of our daily routine.
我是男生。Hi. We are going to start the session in 1 minute. So please find the seat and have a seat. Okay. And please join me to welcome the first session moderator, Professor Xiaowei Yuan.
Thank you very much. Professor, be careful. But very good movement. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Xiaowei Yuan. I'm the Vice President and also Professor in National Taiwan University. I'm a wildlife biologist and I study birds, and I really like to put wildlife as an element in environmental education. So this afternoon, we are very happy to have Mrs. 徐淑芷，环保署中计处副处长， Deputy Director, Department of Comprehensive Planning, Taiwan Environmental Protection Administration. Mrs. Xu joined the administration in 1991 after receiving a master's degree of public health from the National Taiwan University. Actually, it's another outstanding NTU alumni. She first joined the Department of Comprehensive Planning as a specialist and transferred to the Department of Air Quality Protection and Noise Control in 1996. For many years, she has actively worked towards promoting environmental management efforts. She has been involved with environmental issues through policy development, strategic planning, environmental impact assessment, air quality protection, and noise control. She has managed the Clean Air Action Plan, which cooperates across the central government, local governments, and private sector, which is a very, very difficult task, but she did a wonderful job. The action plan has successfully advocated for the implementation of air pollution reduction strategy at the source and has achieved significant milestones in air quality protection. She has also managed scientifically and technically projects focused on air pollution and its health effects. She rejoined the Department of Comprehensive Planning as a Deputy Director in April 2021. In her new position, she began working on international cooperation. Though she is new to environmental education and international cooperation, she's very pleased to work with her colleagues on international environmental partnership, IEP programs, and the Global Environmental Education Program, GEEP. She just told me privately, we had a small discussion. She said she's so happy to be in the GEP group, and she feels so rewarding. And also this is a very, very happy job for her because she knows she's doing something good for our future generation. She believes that environmental education can help connect people with various possibilities and opportunities for change and action to create a better world. Through international cooperation, that impacts can be spread even further. So her topic is going to be strategies and achievements of green living promoted by the Taiwan Environmental Protection Administration. She's going to deliver a talk at the first, and then show you a videotape, and then she will give you an ending. Let's welcome Mrs. Zhu.
OEE partner, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce our Green Life policy and share some experience to you. We have only one Earth. There's no planet B. Today, we are facing climate change, which is a great challenge to all of us. Net zero transition by 2050 is the goal of the world as well as Taiwan. We want to cooperate with the world and striving for a net zero future together. Taiwan's pathway to net zero emission in 2015 is based on the four major transformations of energy, industry, life, and society, and the two governance foundations of technology, R&D, and the climate legislation. and supplemented by 12 key strategies. Green lifestyle is one of them. Green lifestyle strategy include zero waste and low carbon diet, environment-friendly fashion, improvement of living quality, public dialogue, sharing economy, low carbon transport network. We can reach the goal of net zero green lifestyle through EE. Environmental education in Taiwan. The Taiwan Environmental Education Act took effect on June 5, 2011. Taiwan's EE promotion pathway. The spirit of participation and lifelong learning is an important part of EE, and we have developed an EE strategy framework with 4 pathways. That's government, school, community, and enterprises. The national campaign for EE is through a standard curriculum in formal education in combination with promotion and implementation in non-formal education. This combination creates a collaboration network with active interaction and feedback. Net zero green living starts from EE. It includes green travel, green consumption, green diet, green household, and green office. Green diet, teaching people to cherish food. We host a food cherishing chef selection event. There are 2 groups. One is teaching plan group. The other is recipe group. After the preliminary competition at the local level, representatives from each area compete in the national final competition. After competition, workshop will host for awardees to share their food cherishing concept and demonstrate zero waste cuisine. Promote food cherishing concept through offline activity and the online social network service. The EPA advocates the concept of food cherishing and raising awareness of food, consumption, eating habits, and the food chasing. Sustainable food pathway of Eco-Campus. U.S.-Taiwan Eco-Campus Partnership co-organized by Taiwan EPA, U.S. EPA, and National Wildlife Federation. This program encourages campus faculty and the students to form action team to examine the environmental issue facing the campus and the appropriate environmental action. Campus program can build concept of carbon and healthy eating and promote food and farming education. Green travel incorporate 3 elements while traveling. There are dining, accommodation, and activity. And we can choose green restaurant to eat, green mark hotel to stay, and venues EE to visit. It's green everywhere. Go green for the environment. Take a trip to EE venues. Since 2011, the Taiwan EPA has been offering the EE venues certification. Now there are 257 plus EE venues provide activity. They are both environmentally friendly and local in nature for all to experience an unforgettable EE trip. More than 200,000 people per year visit EE venues for learning. Green household change from the community to provide EE with the community as the starting point. Environmental volunteers are integrated into the community and become leaders in good living promotion. Now there are over 220,000 environmental volunteers in Taiwan. Senior citizens and diverse groups engage in green living. It's never too old to learn. No one can be left behind. EE is lifelong education. we collaborate with the community long-term care system to integrate various green living courses for the elderly and the diverse group. Green consumption, leading a new trend. We use green points, provide an incentive by setting value to environmental action, such as purchasing green goods, taking public transportation, or participating in the environmental action. Now there are 850,000 membership, and the total value of the green point, which we have provided already, are around 146 million NT dollars. And how to gain green point? It's very easy. Take public transport, purchase green goods, participate in eco-friendly activity. And how to use green point? It's very convenient. Commodity discounts, venues and facility fee discounts. We have a green mark policy to support sustainable consumption and production. Green mark was initiated in 1992 by Taiwan EPA, promote the concept of recyclable, low-polluting, and resource-saving environmental protection. Engage consumers to purchase green mark products. Now there are over 500 green mark products in Taiwan. Green office. Taiwan has been promoting energy saving in the office, carbon reduction, and the green procurement for more than 20 years. We encourage all institutions to promote and implement green procurement, waste reduction, resource recycling and reuse, environmental management, and other environmental work in the office, and to be a role model for civil enterprises. Now there are almost 150,000 practices have been implemented. National EE Award encourages business to take green action. The award encourages companies to use their own resources to care for the environment, create environmental friendly office space, build a green factory, introduce energy saving management, and achieve a circular economy. At the same time, the company lead by calling for their employees to participate in EE service and action. You can see many famous company logo below here. Inspiring civic change through EE, from understanding the environment, experience the environment, responsible behavior to reach SDG. Every change requires long-term dedication. Incorporating the concept of green living by diversified EE, such as picture book reading, theatrical experience, environmental drawing, exploration, camp, outdoor learning. Green living learning through innovative channel and experience. Podcast program. Hearing is key to language development. Collaborating with popular podcast channel to integrate the concept of green living into story and launch a radio program so that EE can take root at an early age. You can see the detective pig story well loved by children very much. And the real escape game, combining technology, innovation with reality games and the EE venues incorporating the concept of green living. Solve environmental problems in life through green design. Use the Danish environmental education concept as a model. combining design, innovation, and the industrialization to encourage people to use design thinking to solve environmental problems in their daily life. We have the design of the diaper become goal. Is to solve the problem of the uncollectible adult diaper in long-term care facility. And the design of rotating folding cups is to solve the problem of the single-use plastic container. Once every 2 years, the top 20 finalists are recommended to participate in index designed to improve life design competition. Taiwan's youth leads the change to live green. The first youth leadership election held in 2020, in line with the EE 30 under 30 event of the NAAWE, encouraging youth people to be aware of environmental issues and to engage in environmental action with creativity, action, and influence. Julia Lin, a 17-year-old high school girl, formed a youth alliance to reduce plastic bags from home and school to the community. Green action knowledge and experience exchange. Since 2020, Taiwan EPA and APRC, despite the epidemic, have held the International Environmental Issue and Education Workshop for foreign students in Taiwan, focused on Taiwan's environmental strategy and the green initiative. EE is lifelong education for all ages. Continue to make green living a reality for every citizen. EE is education for all. It needs to be promoted together by the industrial, government, academia, and the public. In the post-epidemic era, let EE be everywhere, every day via internet resources. Think globally and act locally, connecting with the international society, keep exchanging and learning from each other. Be proud to be you. You can be an environment hero. Okay. For further information, please refer to our website. Thank you. Let's live green. And now, let me show you an interesting video. Please enjoy green life in Taiwan.
Has become part of our daily routine. Because of your dedication, you really make a difference for Taiwan, as we can all be heroes who can make our lives greener. As early as the 1980s, people in Taiwan were greatly aware of the importance of environmental protection. In 1987, the Environmental Protection Administration Executive Yuan was established, and work on environmental protection and environmental education began in the wake of the economic miracle. Over time, the recycling alien babies become a shared memory for many in their 40s when it comes to environmental education. Starting from school children and the general public, the concept of recycling was introduced to their families as a good habit and an important cornerstone for the implementation of environmental education at all stages. On June 5, 2010, Taiwan officially passed the Environmental Education Act, and it was implemented in 2011 from central and local government agencies to schools, communities, and businesses to society. Expanding public participation in environmental education is an important milestone for environmental education in Taiwan. Contrary to the general regulatory laws and regulations currently in force, the Environmental Education Act has special features that it focuses on promoting learning and sustainable environmental education. clearly regulating the rights and responsibilities promoted by governments at all levels to encourage all people to participate, expanding the depth and breadth of environmental education for all people towards diversity, professionalism, and innovation. Environmental education involves 8 areas including climate change, disaster relief, nature conservation, and pollution prevention. Environmental education should be continually adjusted according to regulatory changes over time and establish actions with different attributes to put them into practice in everyday life. Through a lively teaching approach, children are able to apply what they've learned to their everyday lives. They share their knowledge with their parents and do not use disposable tableware when eating out. By applying what they've learned to their daily lives, they are able to make positive changes and encourage others to follow suit. Let's take a look at the changes brought about by the implementation of the Environmental Education Act. The first change after the implementation of the Environmental Education Act was the establishment of the Environmental Education Fund, which is part of the Environmental Protection Funds that were established through the Environmental Protection Administration and county and city governments. An annual allocation of 5% of the funds and 10% of the income from the sales of recycling, plus income from fines due to violation of environmental laws, have become a stable source of finance to promote sound environmental education in Taiwan. These funds are the basis for the promotion of national environmental education, including Environmental Education Awards, National Environmental Protection Volunteer Workers Association, environmental knowledge competitions, subsidies for civil organizations, schools, and communities, and environmental education sites and facilities. By working together, we can promote environmental education and other work in Taiwan. The second change, to cultivate and expand environmental protection literacy, a foundation was created with cumulative funds of over 50% collected from donations from government agencies, public institutions, senior high schools and below, as well as the government, under the guidance of the Public Affairs Department. By participating in environmental education for at least 4 hours each year, education and field trips held by many schools have transformed a conventional amusement park into an environmental education site and facilities. The third change in the implementation of the environmental education law is that, in addition to requiring companies that violate regulations and pollute or damage the environment to pay fines, they are also required to participate in environmental education seminars. By rectifying their violating behaviors through education, they are made fully aware of environmental issues and the need to avoid violations in the future. Having been promoted for more than 30 years, environmental education in Taiwan has gradually been integrated into our daily lives. Take the promotion of preschool environmental education as an example. The Environmental Protection Administration organized a nationwide environmental education training workshop for kindergarten teachers. Through drama, picture books, etc., kindergarten teachers are trained to offer a well-rounded education to teach accurate concepts of environmental protection. In addition, through the training of teachers for storytelling with picture books, teachers can go to campuses, libraries, and other venues to further promote environmental education. For children, a picture paints 1,000 words. In 2020, the Environmental Protection Administration used children's stage plays to allow kids to engage in accurate environmental education and develop a habit of caring for and protecting the environment. Today's children rarely have the opportunity to run around outside barefoot. However, many kindergartens that have the advantage of outdoor space provide children with the opportunity to go outdoors, grow and harvest crops, and learn to cook with the assistance of teachers and local farmers. In addition to developing an attitude of respecting the earth and caring for the environment, children should cherish food, not be picky about what they eat, and develop good habits of reducing food waste, especially after learning that not everyone can easily access food. In addition to conceptual development, observation and practice are also important. In an era flooded with electronic products, the question of how to raise children's awareness of environmental protection has already become a topic that cannot be ignored in promoting environmental education. Having been teaching school children how to draw environmental maps since 2019, the Environmental Protection Administration believes that kids should be allowed to observe and understand their own environment through the process of mapping. This way, school children are able to discover the strengths and weaknesses of their environment, so they are motivated to protect it. With reference to the UN ECO school system, the Environmental Protection Administration has also cooperated with the United States to promote the USA Taiwan Eco Campus. Since 2014, 434 schools have registered, 106 schools were awarded the bronze certification, 107 schools were awarded the silver certification, and 11 schools were awarded the highest honor of the green flag certification, making teachers and students at school start thinking about the sustainable relationship between people and the land. Taking environmental education and applying it to course design and school life as an example to respond to the changes of the 4 seasons, some schools use recycled resources to create ecological landscapes, such as the Da Vinci Dome and the Sun Beehive. Through observation and practice of sustainable development in combination with the curriculum, new ways to improve the sustainability of the campus can be developed.
The things we play with in class are mostly made from natural resources, such as wood and seashells. Whenever children go outdoors for fun, they collect things like nuts, so then nuts become something they can play with in class.
The Taiwan-US EcoPath is how we apply a sustainable environment to our campus and integrate it as part of children's daily lives. They can then share their knowledge, concepts, and accomplishments with their families and communities.
Bread is the key to life. However, throwing away large amounts of food not only causes wastage, but also environmental problems such as greenhouse gas emissions, burdening the global environment and also wasting natural resources. This eventually affects the environmental resources available to the next generation. To establish the concept of cherishing food for future chefs, the Environmental Protection Administration has invited all Taiwanese high school vocational students along to tertiary catering-related programs such as the 2020 Cherish Food Master Summer Camp in the summer of 2020. Through interactive games, the World Cafe, and Breaking Through the Barricade, we help future chefs understand the concept of cherishing food. The courses also arranged for students to observe and learn on farms to experience the beauty of coexistence with the land. Trainees could see changes in their perceptions, attitudes, and actions, from menu design and shopping in a traditional market to hands-on creative cooking. We look forward to welcoming these students, the rising stars of the catering industry, to solve the problem of food waste in Taiwan and become a good example of achieving good food and environmental protection. In addition to disseminating environmental knowledge through the education system such as schools, the Environmental Protection Administration also holds activities and competitions so everyone can learn more about the environment and policies, news, current events, and issues related to environmental protection over the course of the year. Since its inception in 2011, the Environmental Knowledge Contest has become an overnight sensation among the general public. In the Q&A contest, the contestants use what they learned to understand the importance of environmental protection and the importance of practicing environmental protection. Everyone learns, contestants and the audience alike. To understand the benefits of environment protection, some people also bring environmental education from school to their hometown and combine environmental education with the local industry and culture to develop a unique and special green tourism model. Be it in a city or a rural community, the Environmental Protection Administration actively promotes community environmental surveys and renovation plans and uses apprenticeships to help guide the community to promote and facilitate the establishment of eco-schools to deepen environmental education. In a remote tribal community since 2008, 8 tribesmen who returned to their village started to promote 3 visions of organic production, ecotourism, and environmental communities under the cooperation of the community. With concerted efforts, they not only have promoted the 70-hectare organic farmer cooperation mechanism to reduce environmental pollution, but also integrated farmers markets, a tourist service center, community resource recovery system, furniture hospital, etc.
Having returned home in 1999, as a group we started devoting our time to this work. We started to promote the environmental transformation of our hometown, space activation, and even free furniture repair and maintenance in our village. As of 2013, we officially started promoting environmental education, and we became regarded as one of the first communities to implement environmental education sites and facilities in Taiwan.
Environmental NGOs are important partners for the government to promote environmental education. The Environmental Protection Administration solicits funding for environmental education programs every year and cooperates with private organizations, schools, and facilities to promote environmental education, including the Joint Release Action Plans. By organizing mountain and coastal cleanups, we gather enthusiastic members of the community who wish to contribute to environmental education. Through its national chapters, the Society of Wilderness invites the public to participate in environmental actions, protect natural habitats, take root in communities, and contribute to environmental protection by running volunteer organizations. Out of a love for this land, we must get to know it, and that is environmental education. Starting with small actions that you can easily do at home, we can make sure the concept of environmental education is indeed applied to our daily lives. To reward activists who spare no effort in promoting environmental education, the Environmental Protection Administration regularly holds the National Environmental Education Awards. The recipients of the awards are divided into 6 groups, including private businesses, schools, institutions, organizations, communities, and individuals. This is a platform for those who are engaged in planning, publicizing, and promotion of environmental education to share their work with everyone. Environmental issues know no borders, and Taiwan's active cooperation with many countries in the field of environmental education has yielded great results. Among them, the Global Environmental Education Partnership, GEEP, exchanges have attracted a lot of attention. This project was initiated by the United States Environmental Protection Agency, the Environmental Protection Administration, and North America Association for Environmental Education in 2014. The goal is to create a fairer and more sustainable future through the power of environmental education, allowing people and nature to coexist, prosper, and set goals, in the hope that environmental and social responsibility can become key motivators for individuals, communities, agencies, and groups to take action.
As residents of the global village, we should all have the chance to understand the environment better. Through environmental education, people can know what to do, how to do it, and the convenient ways to go about it. Only in this way can we truly integrate environmental actions into our daily lives and create a sustainable society for future generations. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome.
Thank you, teacher.
Thank you all for your hard work. Let's go have a cup of coffee. Can I redeem green points for a cup of coffee? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Teacher Zhang.
From young kids to seniors, from Taiwan to the whole world, we have witnessed so many people's efforts and actions. Maybe you'll go home today and use public transport. Use an eco-friendly cup. Try to cook for yourself. Have a meat-free day each week. Open the window instead of using the air conditioner. Turn off lights you don't need. Create an eco-friendly dinner environment. As long as you keep taking action, you'll find that every day can be an eco-friendly day.
And alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. Let's go together to keep our planet beautiful and sustainable. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we have 5 minutes Q&A. I wonder if anyone from the audience would like to ask question. 有没有人要问问题？我们有5分钟 Q&A. Yes, please.
Thank you for your. 就开了吗? Yeah. Thanks so much for your presentation. It was really inspiring to know that Taiwan has done so much for environmental education in a way that you learn, work, live, and play. And you even take a lifelong approach to it. So what I'm most intrigued by is the way that you engage seniors, elderly in environmental education. What are some of the challenges as well as the way that you try to overcome these challenges? Thank you.
Now
好，要谢谢你的这个分享，非常的很启发性，让你说到了这个环境教育，你们也就是把这环境教育带给年长者，对吗？
我知道。
啊，你帮我翻译，谢谢。
他意思是说，我们在针对年长者的环境教育遇到什么困难？好，那我用中文讲好了。其实我发现年长者非常有兴趣投入，因为他们可能日子比较平淡，好，所以你如果办活动的话，他们非常有意愿来参加。可是你不能用太深，因为他们理解的是有限，所以你要循序渐进。除了教他们基本的知识以外，好，还要让他们实际操作、演练，甚至带着他们。因为以我们的经验看，其实他们都有心爱环境、护环境，只是他不晓得要怎么做才是对这个环境有帮助。所以我们可能适时的除了知识的传递，我觉得最重要就是带着他们一起做。好，但是我跟你讲，回响是非常好的，而且他们回去会跟他的家人讲说啊，我今天学到什么，然后还会去跟邻里朋友讲说啊，你们来参加太可惜了，好，你下次要一起来，很棒很棒，都不用钱，而且还可以玩，还可以吃，还可以带很多东西，所以这个就是他们的热忱感动了我们，而我们也很希望就是大家手牵着手一起来参加。谢谢。
我们其实有 simultaneous translation, right? Yeah. Okay. So we have one more question. Yes?
I just want to do a follow-up questions, and sorry, I'm Jackie, and you just mentioned that you cannot teach too deep and need some practice for the elderly. I'm just really curious about, I know that carbon reduction, which is somehow not exactly same with the environmental friendly, which you mean 环保. So I'm really curious about the challenge that you face when you are doing education. So how to improve them about the know-how in sustainable development. Yeah, the specific part. Yeah.
You mean the carbon reduction for the senior citizen?
Maybe for different generation. For elderly part, which is different with the teenage part or the youngest, like people think really different about the imagination about sustainable development. Yeah.
其实这个最大的问题是因为我们大家对减碳要如何减碳是最好的方式，这个其实是持续都是在演进的，所以我们目前就是从最简单的去让民众知道，他从日常生活，因为太高深的知识他们很难去理解，我们就从日常生活他们可以做到什么，一步一步，我觉得循序渐进，这样子大家从小处做起来，累积起来就会变成大的改变。那个确实它需要整个社会共同投入来改变，才有办法达到这个部分。
就有点像是刚刚那个徐副处长讲最后的 ending， 他讲的 the thing we can do very small, but then when we all get together, we can accomplish a lot. Yeah, I think that's the key. Because of time constraint, that we have to end our section here. So let's give a big applause to Deputy Director Xu for her wonderful talk and the videotape. Thank you. Okay, I'll give the microphone back to Professor Zhang.
Okay, very wonderful talk. Thank you very much. Yeah, Deputy Director Xu. Okay, and we are going the next topic from the financial setting, and all business should implement the policy of the green labs. And we also have a very good moderator, Professor Xu. Let's welcome Professor Xu.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm honored to be here and for this session here. And today, it seems like a reunion for me after pandemic, because I was an advisory committee in GEEP. Yeah, so with the GEEP committee for like 3 years, and I know pretty much of many of you, and we visit your country and then heard about like Bangkok, and we attend WEEC, yeah, and I heard about zero waste in WEEC, and I knew in Thailand you are working on it. And I was so shocked. So you are working on zero waste. And after that, in Taiwan, now, we are working on it too. And also, thank you for inviting us to your workshop in Nanyang Technology University and for ESD, Education for Sustainable Development. And we just knew, so many people get together to talk about ESD. So in terms of the question here, some people ask about, the young people asking about the environmental education, now in Taiwan. How can we transform into ESD, right? Like Education for Sustainable Development. And in the EPA, they have done a lot for the communities, for the society. But in Ministry of Education, we also have done a lot for transforming the curriculum guidelines. So now we are doing curriculum guidelines to infuse the ESD a lot, than before. So we can talk about that later if we have time. And the reason why I'm here to host this session here, I'm thinking about the reason, and because a few years I retired from the university for 20-year career, okay? Then I'm developing a company, to hold people, the young people, to do the green work. Because green jobs, it doesn't exist. It did not exist in Taiwan before. So now a lot of people here, today we saw a lot of people there. We are holding, now we are working on green jobs, Hongda, right? So it's very good. We changed like a switch in our career to do something else. And I'm so happy with that. And also, I work with, recently, I work with some companies and enterprises, and the communication is different. The way of saying is different from like academia or like research people, But I'm learning it. I'm really learning it. So today, I'm very sincerely introduce our first financial host, the vice director manager of the company here. Because I'm proud, you are making change, and we want to help, and we can do together. So let's have a big applause to the next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone here. I'm Su Ling Li from First Financial, and thank you for inviting First Bank to share our experience of structuring our strategies and actions to implement the sustainable living. I think I'll first go through our strategic framework, and then I'll move on to the initiatives we have taken up to date. Sorry. Okay. I'll first talk about what we have achieved before I move on to the strategic framework. First Bank has achieved a number of milestones over the last decade. As we position ourselves as the top brand in sustainable finance. And from the environmental perspective, we pursue environmental sustainability via the so-called green finance initiatives. And we are, the First Bank is the top financial player that obtained most green mark building of our own office buildings. Now we have owned 34 of our office building. And then we have underwritten more than 100 billion NT dollars green lending up to 2022. as well as verified credit card products. So you can see that we try hard to integrate this environmental issue into our core business. And when we talked about the social care, we organized the environmental volunteers team with more than 800 staffs now, and the art recycle exhibition and outdoor environmental campaign were held regularly. In terms of the governance issue, to strengthen the ESG and climate risk management capabilities, related education program for our board and employees are both in place. So I just found that it's quite a coincidence. We also have 4 strategies like EPA. Okay, we actually formulated 4 major strategies for the green living. The first key strategy is to construct the governance framework. We incorporate the sustainable goal into our core business on a top-down approach to ensure seamless execution of our ESG targets. Under the board of First Bank, 2 distinct functional committees were established, and one is Sustainable Development Committee and the other is the so-called Green Finance Committee. There are 6 dedicated task forces were teamed up across our business units and affiliates for the implementation plans. Short to long-term targets for each team were set and reviewed quarterly, with improvement actions follow suit. And the annual results should be reported to the board for guidance. And in terms of the Green Finance Committee at the left-hand chart, it's particularly focused on some specific topic like sustainable lending investments and the TCFD and CDP issues, which pretty much related to the climate issue. And the second key strategy would be well-defined policies and plans. Concrete implementation plans were set to deepen the execution, and our group ESG Code of Conduct was revised regularly. We kickstart the decarbonization lending policy this year in response to the net zero 2050 goal of Taiwan government, which implies if you continue to emit more carbon, then you can no longer get funding from bank. And besides, a credit limit ceiling around 13 to 14% was kept for the highly polluted industries. For instance, like steel, petrochemical, cement, and so on, that will help alleviate the negative environmental impact. We also issued a TCFD report, and we joined PCAF SBTI engagements to address the climate risk management. And the third key strategy is to leverage the so-called flying geese paradigm. We lead our stakeholders, including employees, clients, and supply chains, to fulfill the so-called green procurement, decarbonization engagements. First Financial Holding was chosen as a member of the coalition of the movers and shakers of unsustainable finance by the regulators FSC last year. We plan to align with our peers to further expand the net zero across the board. And the fourth key strategy will be to incorporate sustainability targets into our day-to-day operation and the core businesses. We started from our daily operation with energy saving process and management, and we offer green finance products with paperless service to clients for core business. Education and propaganda provided to reduce GHG emission would be the value creation from First Bank. All of which were transformed into our business model, which help achieve the green living and net zero transition policy underlined by the Taiwan government. Now let's take a look at our green initiatives for operation from two angles. One is the energy saving for the operation, and the other would be the behavioral transformation. For energy saving would include the green building and the green energy branches and green transportation and so-called zero carbon green roof. Behavioral transformation would incorporate the carbon management and also the diet procurement, and the most important thing would be environmental education. For energy saving, First Bank launched Green Building Mark program to reform our office buildings, and up to date we have obtained 34 labeled Green Mark buildings, home and abroad, including our London office in UK, which made us top of our peers. In total, we have reduced emission by 2,800 metric tons up to now, and more projects are in the pipeline. We aim to target build more green building, up to 46 buildings in 2028. Another energy saving initiative is to install green powered branch operation. At the graph that we show that the First Bank continued to build rooftop solar powered system, as well as purchase renewable energy certificate and green power to lower emission. Currently, we own 20 rooftop solar power branches island-wide, and 2,000 metric tons of emission was reduced, with green power share now accounting for 13% this year. Green transportation for business travel is crucial for decarbonization effect. So you can see we replace the petrol cars and scooters with electric or hybrid power vehicles. Up to now, nearly 30 to 35% of company transportation vehicles are electric powered. And part of our branch offices were built with battery supply station at their parking lots, and with which we successfully reduced emission by 280 metric tons of carbon annually. This slide shows you a fully recycled eco-park system on rooftop were built at 3 of our office buildings. The facility combined solar power generation and rainwater harvesting and aquaponic system to form a hydroponic zero carbon farm, which can simultaneously lower room temperature of the office buildings underneath and save energy. In the next slide, this is actually happened in our rooftop zero carbon farm. You can see the biodiversity and environmental education platform at the green rooftop that we just talked about. And when we move on to the behavioral model transform, First Bank introduced internal carbon pricing mechanism to promote energy saving culture. We roll out carbon reduction campaign among local branches as their KPI. And carbon management competition was launched by setting annual reduction targets before allocating allowance to each business unit. For successful business units, of course, rewards will be granted, while for failure BU, they will be required to pay for the costs of excess emission with follow-on improvements proposal that will make sure they can continue to reduce emission. So reduce emission will be their daily life and will impact their bonus. So that's why people have to work hard. And a total emission reduction of 561 metric tons was achieved for prior 2 years. In terms of our daily meal, we actually have some idea about the employees' meal served. Quite a few measures are taken at our green restaurant of headquarters. First, vegetarian meals are served to encourage low-carbon diet. And we also adopt local food ingredients from organic farm to reduce carbon footprint. While dining at our restaurant, we only accept mobile payment. No disposable tableware are provided. First Bank also collaborated with supply chain to create value for sustainability. Our green purchasing budget stabilized around 80 million per annum over the past 5 years. And sustainable procurement guidance was in place to screen our partners in advance. Ongoing review and assessment on practicing carbon footprint verification were conducted post-procurement, while on-site visit and audit from time to time should encourage vendors to comply with First Bank's guidance. So we actually work together with our supply chain. And to further enhance the awareness and knowledge of green industry and climate risk, First Bank held education and training program from bottom up, aiming at deepening the perception corporate-wide. We actually target 3 catalysts to align green finance with our core business, which represent the most important. Given that corporate lending and consumer finance account for a lion's share of our core, we develop product offerings for low carbon transition projects to the corporate clients and tap opportunities from green consumption of daily life, including housing and travel spending. And paperless services via digital application for customers remain intact. This is also the 4 major drivers. I just wonder why there are all 4. Okay, the 4 major drivers are identified to promote low carbon transition plan for the corporate clients. First driver was to streamline our urban renewal projects that help the reconstruction of aging building to green mark housing. And the second and the third initiatives are financing energy saving mortgage purchase of durable goods, and we also develop sustainability index-linked corporate loan with lower rates. So if you actually do something for the decarbonization and reduce emission, you can get lower rates from bank. This will be beneficial merits for you. All right. We particularly support the funding of some strategic sector like the renewable energy, green enterprise, and the 6 core strategic sectors, etc. And as of end of 2022, we have underwritten more than 100 billion NT dollars green lending, which now account for nearly 4% of our total loan portfolio. Just give you some idea that the most sector now we expose would be for property sectors, and now it accounts for 13%. So you can see 4% is really a big numbers for us, okay? All right. First Bank also launched some consumer products, the Living Green credit cards from all aspects for consumer spending, including the mass transportation, carpooling, and the gym, and so on, and all of which enable cardholders to get rebate and help boost the green spending model. So you can do your consumer spending from having these green credit cards, don't forget. And the so-called paperless service is essential for daily operations. So at our service points now, we now promote online service and so on, the digital application, and with which we have concluded with emission reduction of 31,000 metric tons post the implementation. The establishment of the Green Finance Education Center represents another milestone of First Bank's value proposition. It was the pilot run for environmental education among the financial sector. More than 4,000 trainees had attended the site and completed related courses. And we hope that we can invite more participants to join the program. And of course, we plan to further broaden the Green Living initiative, not just internally, but also externally. So for our internal policies that to team up our employees, the volunteer service including beach cleaning, foresting, installing LED lighting equipments at elementary schools in remote areas are organized, which also help ease emission accordingly. In terms of external promotion, propaganda for consumption of Green Living coupon that the guest speaker just mentioned, we actually have the so-called tea service via refilled bottle. This program at our branch office did attract a popular interest with growing numbers of membership. So if you're going out anywhere in Taiwan and you see the mark at the First Bank branches, if you see the mark there, you can just get your bottle in and get your bottle refilled. We will serve you with not the best tea, but the fine tea, okay? Okay, needless to say, cross-sector collaboration plays the key success of our Green Living. We have been jointly working with government agencies, schools, corporates, and a lot of NGOs over the years, and hosted a variety of seminars, conferences, and visits to boost the net zero perception to the public. I think I have almost concluded my presentation. Well, First Bank has demonstrated our green efforts over years. We are committed to deliver more outputs for sustainable living going forward. So I do believe that if financial player can be part of this environmental education program, then we can make it better because we actually expand that from your funding and your consumption via the banking services. I'll wrap up my presentation here and thank you and wish you a fruitful and successful conference today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice General Major Lee, giving us a wonderful sharing. Ooh, this is a lot of echo. In our field, like environmental education, usually we are heard, we are asked about how can we achieve a balance between economic growth and environmental protection. Can you answer that? So just now, we are looking for the answer. Okay, now we are getting to, okay. So this is a very good topic here. And we have a question. We have a few minutes to raise the question.
Maybe I can explain a little bit about how you talked about the balance between making money and also achieve environmental protection. Well, in fact, yes. Remember that I mentioned about that we actually set a ceiling not to fund those highly polluted sectors like energy and the heavy industry, which actually represents a very important economic growth of most countries, particularly in Asia-Pacific region. So now we are now just check and balance to see how can we at the same time continue to grow our profits, but also not to hurt the environments too badly. So that's why we actually put a ceiling that we were not heavily exposed to this so-called not very environmental friendly sectors. But still, we have to help them how to transform complete the transition from now a very highly polluted status into a low carbon transition period. So that would be something that the bank can do. I'll just take one example that actually we have some branch office in Cambodia, in the Southeast Asia countries. When some of our corporate clients would like to build a new factory there, we would introduce some of those solar power panel makers to help them build their rooftop generation so that they can at the same time save energy and also produce more eco-friendly production there. And that would be the kind of model that we would like to continue. But it's actually would receive some, let's say, some costs or, because anything talk about investments will be the cost and the profits. So this is one model they would like to promote. And also like the so-called wind power energy that in Taiwan, which is pretty much prevailing at the moment. But we have to fund those investors because that is really a huge amount of money. So we have to undertake the risk. If they failed, then how can we get the money back? So this is something that I have to particularly highlight, that we would have to be responsible to our investors, like shareholders, but at the same time we have to protect and help the corporate sector to transform from current stage to the next one, that to protect all of our futures. But for the moment, making money is still essential, Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very good. Okay. Yeah, Tiaga.
Thank you very much for the explanation about how green living and green finance can work. Since your topic is on net zero, you have touched on carbon, which is related to climate change. I'm not so sure whether you're comfortable to answer this, but there's 3 segments that we need to look into. One is net zero, another one is nature positive, the other one is just transition. Net zero, relatively easy. I'm not saying easy, relatively easy compared to nature positive, as well as blending that with just transition. There's a lot of terms that are being used to support the nature positive, like nature-based solutions, bankable nature solutions. In fact, that TCFD now has a different term in terms of how you report and disclose through TNFD, Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. So I'm not so sure how First Bank is approaching in terms of supporting nature as well. Environmental education is very much involved on both sides, climate change as well as nature. And we are talking about forest, we're talking about marine, we're talking about species. Quite recently, based on blended finance, where public and private finance comes in together, World Bank has introduced a Rhino bond in 2021. Whether First Bank has any aspirations in terms of supporting this kind of nature-based solution or bankable nature solutions, like wildlife bond, forest bond. I just gave you an example of Rhino bond, which is relatively very difficult. Like what you say that there's no cash flow coming in, as compared to solar panels, IPPs, independent power plants, where they have cash flows coming in. These are places where they don't have cash flows. You rely on carbon credit, the price is so low per hectares, so may not helpful in terms of pleasing your shareholders as well as investors, right? I don't know whether that you can answer that. Yeah, up to you.
This is a big issue for most financial players, right? I believe that as a financial player that we would be quite keen to do the 2 things at the same time and be the best part of it. But the thing is that we have to migrate step by step, not just one step forward, because we have to at the same time continue to support our clients and help them transform. And at the other time that we have to make sure that we catch up with the trend of the global issues like climate risk issue. This is quite new for financial sector. In fact, for instance, we are now looking into the so-called wildfire in the North US and other regions. Will that affect our portfolio or collateral and something? Because that this is a brand new things for financial sector. You know, financial sector is pretty much conservative and we are risk-based approach. So just spare more time for us and we will work hard to achieve the most people's expectation.
Yeah, guys, question. Very big one, yeah. But in Taiwan, we have called Financial Advisory Committee, right? A supervisory committee. It's a government agency, and it is working so hard and to lead so many business and enterprises to go for it. And so I think First Bank is a leader of the all banks in Taiwan. So now we are just working on it. Yeah. Okay. So
we're
other questions?
moving faster.
Yeah.
Vice President, thank you for your excellent presentation. And thank you for Tiaga for your great question. I just have one small question. From your presentation, you tell us you can give us a preferential interest rate. So I want to ask a question privately. If I take a loan from First Bank, how low the rate you can give us? Just kidding, just kidding.
I don't have the table at hand, but you can contact our branch to seek for help, okay? This is pure for business, not for environmental education. But yes, you will do, you can.
I ate all the food waste, less than that.
Well, we would encourage our customers to, let's say, borrow their mortgage to buy the so-called green building, so you can get more lower rates. That's definite. But you must make sure that if you have your mortgage, that your collateral is green marked. See, you have to show your evidence before I can really lower your rates, right? Yeah, okay. Must have proven track record, yeah.
So in the beginning, I mentioned about the language is very different between environmental education and, like a financial, the company, So they are very racial about all figures. You have to make evidence. But in environmental education, we can show emotional, show, very idealistic, yeah. So no, there is another way. Here.
Now, in reality, I must have SOP step by step. Yeah, so it cannot be achieved just overnight, right? But we will do our best to please most of the consumer and the corporate clients, right?
Yeah. Okay. So in this session, I just want to make a conclusion. I'm so happy with we are looking for the answer for a balance between environmental protection and economic growth, and we call green economy. So this is the goal. We are working for it. Okay. Thank you very much, Manager Lee. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice President Lee. Very, very inspiring talk. And before next, I would like to have small comment about the question regarding the solution of the nature. And I think this is the importance of environmental education. 20 years ago, the people didn't understand they had to pay the price for the carbon emission. Now, it's kind of recognized as a true, you have to pay. And that's because our understanding what's the impact of the carbon emission, okay? That's because we have education, because we have kind of paradigm shift. So now we are waiting for the another shift. We have to recognize the value of the ecology, of our natural environment. Then you have to pay, not just get it, nature, take it for granted. That's the problem. And of course, we look forward to the leading role of the financial sectors. That's kind of paradigm shift. You won't. That's the role of education. We have to teach the people what's the trend or the right thing, and then you have to pay. Okay. So, that's kind of recognition our efforts in this field. And we have achieved a lot. 50 years ago, we even don't know, the people didn't know you have to protect the environment. Now, not just the environment, we have to protect all this justice, and we have to think about the development and what's the responsibility, what's the duties. So I think, just kind of recognition to all the efforts for us. We have been working so hard to implement the environmental education for the past 20 or 30 years. And yeah, now we kind of, discussing about the sustainable development. We are discussing about zero emission. We discussing about how to adopt the green lives. That means the achievement of our environmental education, okay? So let's give us a applause, okay? Okay, next, we are going to have activities for real experiencing the green lives. And yeah, okay, PowerPoint. We have arranged 2 activities for from 4 o'clock to 4 to 5, okay? And I call it the Green Life in Taipei City. So we have a sustainable food and the lunch, yeah, sustainable food. We kind of arrangement, we try to be not just zero emission, but we try to reduce the carbon emission as possible, okay? And also we have sustainable transportation. I mentioned this morning, we planned to have a bike trip from here to the hotel. But I was, even now I'm kind of worried about your ability to ride a bicycle from here to the hotel. So, yeah, but still, we have a different kind of proposal for the transportation. So we take a walk to the MRT station, then take a MRT to the Longshan Temple. Then we take another walk from the temple to the hotel. So still, mass transportation, okay? Okay, that's the sustainable transportation. And also we have a sustainable agriculture. We have another activity arranged in the room. And we ask the professionals, professor in the other university to teach us how to taste tea, Chinese tea, and 3 kinds of teas, the green tea and red tea. And also we have oolong tea, that's Oriental beauty tea, okay? And that of course is the local products, okay? Local produce. And also it's organic planted and organic and also locally produced. So we just tried, of course, it's culture. You understand real experience in the local culture, tea culture. Okay, so that's the 2 activities we are going to arrange the 2 activities for you. And for our advisors, I would suggest you take the transportation, okay? You had to walk back to the hotel, okay? And for the other attendants, thank you for coming for the, the workshop. And I just don't want you just listen to 2 topics and then go back home. So you may stay and enjoy the tea, okay? If the advisors, you are interested in tasting or enjoy tea, we may stay a couple of minutes, okay? Okay. Mm-hmm. Next, can I? Okay. For the sustainable food, we of course reduce food mileage by using local and seasonal ingredients, and also using reusable and recycled tableware to be healthy and eco-friendly. So you cannot, I don't see you can find something is disposable today. We always use reusable tableware today, okay? And that's our ambition to be environmental friendly. Okay, and also we are, the features of the meals is healthy and low carbon, and also local ingredients and seasonal ingredients and recycled containers. Okay, that's the for today or even and tomorrow. That's the sustainable food. Next, please. Okay, this U-bike. Yeah, you were supposed to ride a U-bike. Suppose, yeah. Like, yeah, U-bike is a very successful project in Taipei City. And this is a small city, so it's very convenient to use the mass transportation. And you combine with the U-bike, it's really very convenient. You can reach everywhere in Taipei City. Just use transportation and U-bike. Okay, we are so proud of the U-bike system. Yeah, next, please. Okay, this is about U-bike. The whole Taiwan, you can ride a U-bike. Okay, and right. Oh, okay. Yeah, you are supposed to running. Okay, in the eastern part of Taiwan, it's a really beautiful area, and so big, too remote, so no bicycle, but it's still a good place for you to visit because the beautiful, and you can have the traditional, Aboriginal good word, Aboriginal culture, okay, indigenous people culture over there. Okay, that's the eastern part of Taiwan. And the western part of Taiwan, yeah, the U-bike, the bike system are very popular. Okay, yeah, next please. And also the smart bike solar panel, and that's for the U-bike system. And yeah, it's automatically you can just use the car. Okay, yeah, and also. Okay, easy card for U-bike and for MRT. Sorry, we just as a gift to our advisors, and this is the brand new to celebrate the elevate of the EPA to Ministry of Environment. Okay, so that's for our advisors. So you have to ride the U-bike and you have to take the MRT. Okay. Oh, okay, and also collect green points. Well, collect green points. So next time you come again, use it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Next. Yeah, they're supposed to to ride a bicycle alongside the river, and it's really beautiful. You can see the city or see the river, see the natural beauties. Okay, but again, I'm not confident in your physical condition, so we take MRT. Okay, next. That's scenery along the river. We tested last week. It was too hot, so we changed our mind. Okay, up next. Okay, that's another activity. Just drink Taiwanese tea, embrace a sustainable life, and it's a environment, organic, eco-friendly farming, and for the health and consumption, the health of safety and lifestyle and culture is Taiwan's unique tea culture. So, yeah, welcome and just show our appreciation to your participation of these workshops. We invite professional and to teach us how to experience the Taiwan tea. Okay, so I think that's for next activity. So that's it, right? Next. Okay, Oriental Beauty Tea and also the Baozhong tea. Baozhong tea is a local produced tea. It's in this area, in the Taipei area, the Baozhong cha. Okay, and the black tea, okay, black tea, with the 柠檬香茅英文 lemongrass, okay, lemongrass, okay. Thank you very much. A tea and also with some kind of 香草 herbal, okay, with herbal. So that's usually if you go to a test tea, there were more than 9 or 10 kinds of tea for you to test. But today I don't think you have that kind of mode. So we just use 3 kinds of teas for you to test. And yeah, I think that's good because you can tell the difference, okay? If I give you 10, you are very frustrated because you don't know what's the difference. Okay, next. No, that's it? Okay, so that's for the next activity. So thank you very much for today's workshop. And we are going to the second day workshop tomorrow. So welcome. Please come again, okay? Okay. Yep. And advisors, stay here. We discuss what's next for us, okay? And all the participants or all the guests, you may go to the next room. I think we have a good preparation over there, okay? Okay, thank you very much for today's workshop. Thank you.